Test. 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Test.
Is Amber Delger here? Yeah. The red button means
And open
on.
up with some prayer. Just
And you'll pray. Okay, it's time to get started. At this time, I'll call the special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Full house. Business item number 1, consideration and action upon a resolution of the Lawton Water Authority, the authority, approving and authorizing the modification of terms regarding the letter of credit note series 2024C, the note, to be issued by the authority and all matters related thereto. Who's our speaker? Chris Gander.
Okay. All right. This is similar to recently when we were here. We authorized this at the previous meeting, and we had a fixed rate, and it had not been completely approved. And so this is the financing for the potential reclamation at the landfill. So we approved this previously through the Water Authority, then you ratified it with the council. And at the time, we had a term sheet that anticipated a fixed rate of 6.75%. And since that time, it's gone through 2 of your local banks, through their senior credit committee, and what they would prefer. And once again, we don't anticipate drawing on this loan, but it's going to be a not variable rate, but the rate will be set if it's drawn. And at that time, it'll be 2.5% over the 5-year treasury, which right now is pretty much the same rate. Actually, it's a little bit lower, but it just kind of de-risks it a little bit in case rates go one way or the other. And at that time, it'll be fixed for 5 years. So once again, you've already authorized this. We're just kind of full disclosure, letting you know that the interest rate we originally thought was going to be has been changed to this being set if the money's ever drawn to this 2.5 over the 5-year treasury.
Okay, any questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
I have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
And so you'll have the companion item on the council side. And it'll be this.
Motion carries 8-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment? So moved. I have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Okay, that meeting stands adjourned.
Broderick, are we ready? Good? Okay, we're good.
Okay, at this time, I will call the regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Captain Brian Brindley of the Salvation Army, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Lord, we thank you for this time to be here. Father, we thank you for each and every person in this room. Lord, we thank you for the great city of Lawton, Lord, all of its residents. Lord, we thank you for your hand as it watches over us. Lord, we ask tonight that you take care of us, Lord, that you inspire us, Lord, that you give us words and visions of wisdom, Father. And Lord, that you give us, that you watch over the election tonight. Father, we thank you for all the passion and the purpose that abides in this room, and all the great residents, Father, that love being involved and the endeavors and what's going on in Lawton. Father, we thank you for this in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Captain. All right, please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Weiger? Williams?
Present.
Warren?
Okay, a quorum is established. Presentation, introduction of Wesley Simmons, Assistant City Attorney.
As some of you know, on last Monday, he's been here a whole week already. Mr. Simmons started in our office. He's the second half of our lawyers on our litigation team. He's been working a little bit with Garrett and getting caught up on how we do things. And our litigation team we're very excited to have him on board because we've been trying to get our team complete. Now our team is complete, which is fantastic. And so hopefully what that means for you guys is we'll be able to start reducing that outside counsel budget. Would you like to introduce yourself to the council? Oh, the button.
Might have to push.
There we go. My name is Wesley Simmons. I'm from North Carolina. I moved here with my wife. She's from Oklahoma, went to Oklahoma State. Yeah. We got married in March, moved here, and passed the bar in July. And it's a privilege to work here for the great city of Lawton. And I'm excited and eager to begin working. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, and we're excited to have him here. They're building a house in, is it Hastings? Jefferson County, so, okay.
Okay, so now, Local Defense Community Champion Award. Larry Parks, Parks and Rec Director, City Manager.
Council, citizens, sorry about that. Good evening. Today I'm, come on, Larry. I won't bite, I promise. Today I'm presenting a pretty special award. It's the Defense Association Champions Award. It's co-sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union. And just a little bit about the Defense Community Association. It's about a 50-year-old public policy organization. It's in Washington, D.C. Myself, the mayor, Colonel Baird, our Fort Sill installation commander, went to the conference last week in San Antonio. And what this organization does is its sole purpose is to strengthen the ties and the collaboration between defense communities and the installations that they support. There's roughly 300 defense communities across America, and the Defense Communities Association is involved in helping strengthen those ties with each one of those with each one of those communities and their accompanying installation. And so really what the Champion Award is there for is it's an embodiment and an individual that represents both the community and the installation, and it helps strengthens those ties between the community and the installation. So when our nation calls and our service members have to deploy, that military unit, whatever that unit is, that is ready to go out the door and is ready to defend our country. So it's quite an honor to get this award. And I can think of no finer recipient for this award than retired Command Sergeant Major Larry Parks, and Larry serves currently as our Parks and Recreation Department. So it's a very, it's a national award, very impressive, and so please give Larry a round of applause. And Maria from Navy Federal, will you please come down?
Okay, now we move on to proclamation of Omega Phi Psi Fraternity Annual Achievement Week. If you guys will come forward.
How you guys doing?
Hey, sir. How you doing, sir?
All right. How you doing? How are you?
I tell you what, I love these purple jackets, but I love what they do, and we're going to talk about that a little bit, because I go to these events, and these guys are having a positive impact on young men, and I really appreciate what you do. It's important to the community, and I really appreciate it. Whereas Omega Psi Phi is the first international fraternity organization to be founded on the campus of a historically black college, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated was founded at Harvard University in Washington, D.C. on December 17, 1911 by undergraduates Oscar James Cooper, Frank Coleman, and Edgar Amos Love, and their faculty advisor, Ernest Everett. The Psi Upsilon chapter was chartered at the Patterson Center in Lawton, Oklahoma on July 5th, 1952. That's even before I was born. Whereas the Psi Upsilon chapter Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated has maintained a commitment to the betterment of mankind, the enhancement of the community, and the enrichment of collegiate men through dedication to its cardinal principles of manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. Whereas Psi Upsilon chapter has carried out the goals of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity in the Lawton Fort Sill community by participating in events to uplift the community, including voter registration, scholarship programs, and youth mentorship programs. Whereas during the fraternity's Achievement Week celebration, the Psi Upsilon chapter will celebrate more than 71 years of service to the Lawton Fort Sill community in many diverse fields of endeavor. And the Psi Upsilon chapter Omega Psi Phi fraternity will commemorate its contributions and promote its continued success during its Achievement Week activities during the week of November 10 through 17 in Lawton, Oklahoma. I do hereby proclaim the week of November 10 through 17, 2024, Psi Upsilon Chapter Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Week, with Friday, November 15th as Psi Upsilon Chapter Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Day, saluting the valuable contributions of the members of the Psi Phi Chapter Omega Psi Phi Fraternity have made in improving lives of citizens, thus improving the Lawton Fort Sill community. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Of course, sir. Hey, good afternoon, and thank everyone for being here. My name is Brother John Hale. I am the immediate past boss list for Psi Epsilon chapter here in Lawton, Oklahoma, along with Brother Dickerson and Brother Hinch. We'd like to say it takes a team effort with everyone in here, law enforcement, first responders, things of that nature, to uplift our community. And one beautiful thing about this fraternity is we're international wide, and what that means is any community we go into, these brothers, we pledge to help uplift our communities. And most of us up here are active duty or either retired military, so most of you in here know what that means. But during our Achievement Week, it's a time to give back to the community. We have a whole host of events culminating with our Achievement Week banquet, which will be done on Fort Sill at the Patterson Club. If any of you may want to or are curious about coming out and seeing what we do, all the things that we do in the community, it culminates up to that event. We recognize civilians that help us do what we do, and we give out scholarships. So whenever you see us out there picking up trash, maybe every now and then asking for $1 or $2, everything that we do goes back into your community. We gave out over 4 scholarships to the schools today, so one of them could have been one of your loved ones. But the only thing we just ask is you guys try to support us when we can, and we love this community, and we continue to give back to it. Thank you, and God bless.
All right, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for what you do. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, now we have the Extra Mile Heroes Awards for Daniel Wall with Lawton Reason and Kelly and Teresa Pendergraft with Next Generation Performing Arts Camp. Are they here? Okay, come on down. How are you? You must be. How are you? Okay, these Extra Mile Awards, I love them because they're basically about people that go the extra mile. And it's always about people that volunteer their time to make a difference, not just in our community, but in the lives of young people. Or actually, sometimes it's not young people, but in this case it is. Let me read the proclamation, and it'll tell you more a little bit about the Extra Mile Award. Whereas Lawton, Oklahoma is a vibrant community that thrives when its citizens unite to go the extra mile through personal effort, volunteerism, and dedicated service. And whereas the citizens of Lawton are encouraged to fully embrace their potential, contributing wholeheartedly to their families, friends, and the broader community with unwavering commitment and passion. Whereas Lawton takes pride in celebrating the individuals and organizations that make a remarkable impact by going the extra mile to uplift and support their fellow citizens. And whereas Lawton proudly aligns with the mission of Extra Mile America to establish 550 Extra Mile cities across the nation, enthusiastically supports Extra Mile Day on November 1, 2024. Therefore, I do hereby proclaim November 1. I'm a little late, aren't I? But I'm going to proclaim it anyway. November 1 to be Extra Mile Day with special recognition to Kelly and Teresa Pendergraft and Daniel Wall for their work in, okay, I had that on my notes here, and it didn't get on here. You guys work with the Next Generation Performing Arts Camp. I'm going to ask you some questions. And Daniel's with Reason, which is a special needs group that's really taken off. Communities really come together to support it and join it. And so let's give them a round of applause. And then we got to get the picture. And now, tell us a little bit in 1 minute about what you do.
Okay. The Next Generation Performing Arts Camp is a one-week camp that we hold here in Lawton in the last weekend of July. The kids come from all around. We've had people from Arkansas, different states. They come and they get here on a Sunday, and in 1 week they put on a full-scale musical. The kids learn their parts. They sing, they dance. We teach them about stage theater. We also make them take classes in just lots of different things, how to apply to school. We teach them a finance class. We teach them all kinds of things in addition to the arts. And then they get that great moment where they perform for the city of Lawton and their family and friends, and they do that whole musical in 1 week.
All right, thank you. And Daniel, tell us a little bit about Reason.
Yeah, Lawton Reason stands for Recreation and Events Association for Special Needs. And so Mayor Booker had asked several of us in the community to get together a few years ago, and we'd come up with this organization, and it's basically the central point of the web to network and get whatever is going on in Lawton for the special needs community together and to get those events out there. There's an event in April that we have done the last couple of years called Buddies at the Ball Field, where we've actually taken the 3 different high schools here in Lawton and the special needs kiddos teamed up with some of the regular education kids, and then they do an event where they play baseball at Elmer Thomas Park at the Miracle Field. So that's been a pretty neat deal.
All right, and it is a neat deal. Thank you guys for making a difference in the lives of these young people. Let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you, guys. All right, now we go to audience participation. Let's start down here with Ward 8. I'm sorry, Mayor, council comments. Audience participation is big.
I was so confused.
Obviously, I was too.
I really don't have a whole lot today, but what I did want to mention, I've kind of decided to rekindle the idea of, right after C.H. Brazil passed away, there was a discussion, and I really wanted to see if we couldn't do a statue that commemorated C.H. and basically what he stood for. And I have procrastinated, and I feel bad about that, and I really need to get that started again. So that's my intention, is to start that again. That won't be a city project, that'll be a private project, and we'll raise the money however we have to raise it. Between now and the time we have the money raised, I'll find a place to put it. I don't know if it'll end up at the Public Safety Center, or we'll find a place to put it, a prominent place where it deserves to be. But I just want to let everybody know that I hadn't forgotten that, and that we will get it done.
Thank you. And Ward 7? No. Ward 6? Ward 5?
I got to say something about the farmer's market. I didn't get to go because I was in Oklahoma City, but I did have a phone call from one of our directors that said he was going to go pick up some of that cobbler and cheese. I hope he liked it. Haven't had time to visit. But that's a very, very good place to be, and I just want to recommend that you take your Saturday morning, go out and visit. Also, Open Streets was a fantastic event. I wanted to mention that once again. Supporting the children in our community, they are our future, and anything that you can do to support that, the gentleman today was doing some of that, then I encourage you to help the kids out anytime you see them. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And Ward 4?
For those that missed the bridge being anointed and lifted into place, sometime in the early morning hours, there's something pretty good on YouTube. Mike made some great pictures from engineering of them sitting it. That's the pedestrian bridge across the interstate on Gore. That project is getting really closer to the end, and I know everyone will be happy when they get out of there and we can go back to normal routine traffic. And then I just make a quick mention that we've got a big schedule planned this year for new roads, mill, and overlay. I know we have a lot done this year. The mayor's initiative turned from 10 to 40, and now we're looking at 40 to 80 and then some more on top of that. So the mayor's pushing that hard, and I'm listening.
All right, thank you.
It is so nice to be on city council and get compliments just from people that you don't even know about. Wow, you all are really moving. There's just so much going on right here all at once in Lawton. It's like a light bulb has flashed in front of their face for whatever reason. And you know, that just makes you feel really good that people are noticing that we are trying to make a difference, and it's for all of us.
All right, thank you so much. Ward 2.
I just want to say that after missing 2 meetings due to hospitalization and 1 meeting recuperating, it really feels good to be back up here and to get back to work. And I appreciate all the calls and concern, and I'm doing better for those of you that are supporting me, and I appreciate all that you've done for me.
And Ward 1.
Every city council meeting, we honor a group, usually anyway, most every meeting. And when I hear so many things going on that are positive in the community, I think of how you could get involved in any of these things and help your community grow and develop. And it's really satisfying. I know when I get kind of down, the thing I need to do is go help someone, and that helps me. So get involved in our community.
Thank you. And today, I exercised my right to vote, and I stood in line for 45 minutes. But you know what? It was a beautiful day. It wasn't raining on me, and there were a lot of good people in line to visit with as we moved up the line. And I was very proud to see so many people staying out and willing to stand in line to exercise. Well, I said they're right. I probably should have said their responsibility to vote as a citizen. And I don't know if this is going to be a record turnout, but I think it's liable to be close, and I'm very proud of that, and I appreciate it. And let me say this, although the poll workers are still working and can't hear me, I thought they were working diligently to keep that line moving and keeping everybody going through. So with that, we'll move on to audience participation. David, if you want to come forward. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak form in which to address business not listed on the agenda, please come forward at this time. To ensure compliance with the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act, the mayor and council will receive comments but will not engage in direct responses. However, they may refer matters to the appropriate department or individual for further consideration and follow-up action. To participate, speakers must submit a request to speak form to the city clerk and reside within the Lawton city limits. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes with a maximum of 9 minutes per topic. The audience participation is limited to 30 minutes total. All participants are expected to follow the rules of decorum as outlined in Council Policy 1-6. And we have David Reeves. David? I've already got your address here.
Is it on now? Perfect. I was actually going to ask, does 1-6 actually, because someone in the last meeting was removed for using profanity, and I didn't, just doing a word search in the city charter, I didn't see anything. So I was wondering where, so that would be in 1-6?
Okay, so I can get you with we can't engage in back and forth, as you well know, but we can refer you to the city attorney, okay?
Well,
and
telling
as your
me
phone
who
number's on
can
there,
answer,
he can give you
yeah,
a call.
is an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, that's all the forms we had for request to speak. And on the consent agenda, at this point, I have no request to pull anything. Is there any request, council? Number 7, pull number 7. Any others, council? Okay, how about a motion?
Mayor and council, I'd make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item number 7.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve except for the item number 7. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 7. Consider approving an amendment to the agreement between City of Lawton and TE Construction to provide remedies for noncompliance on city specifications relating to road work on the 1900 block of Northwest Cherry Avenue. Michael.
Greetings, Mayor, Council. So this is an amendment to the agreement for the terms that are the construction on the 1900 block of Cherry Street. There were some discrepancies with the construction that happened there, and this amendment just addresses those concerns so that we can continue to move forward with that project.
Mr. Harris, do you have questions?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a comment. Michael, thank you very much. You were very good, important in getting this settled. To all my neighbors who have been left out and having to park all the way down the block, we'll be moving as soon as we get the water drained. Now we will be moving forward immediately, getting this repaired. The main problem was that the water lines were not deep enough, so we redid all the water lines, and now they're ready to move forward and finish up the north side of the street so all of my neighbors can get to their houses, including me.
Was that a motion to approve, Mr. Harris?
That was absolutely a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Did I hear a second down here? Okay. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up business items number 16. Consideration and action upon a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city approving and authorizing the modification of terms regarding the letter of credit note series 2024C, the note, to be issued by the Lawton Water Authority, the authority, and all matters related thereto. Council, this is companion item to the Water Authority. Do you need further explanation? Seeing none, can we get a motion? Have a motion to approve and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 17. Receive a presentation from Civic Plus regarding agenda management software, open records management software, and municipal website management. Jason, right?
Yes, sir.
You got it. Okay, Jason.
Test. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Council, for the opportunity to be able to speak and present to you. My name is Jason Clapp. I hail from Manhattan, Kansas. A little ways up north, but not too bad of a drive. Tonight, I'm here to present to you a project that we've been working diligently with staff on. We've had many, many meetings, and so my goal for the presentation is to bridge that gap. You know, we've had basically at this point dozens of meetings with city staff, understanding the requirements, what they need in a software solution partner, and so I want to bridge that gap for you in this short presentation that I have prepared. I do have some colleagues joining via Zoom. They are my experts in case I need to reference to them, so if I call out into the ether for someone to answer that who it might be. But again, my name's Jason, account executive with Civic Plus. So first, let's start with an overview of the company. So Civic Plus is a software as a solution company. So we are dedicated to just serving local governments and local government assorted agencies through different software solutions. We do a whole range of different products from websites, FOIA request management software, agenda management, social media archiving. We currently do the city's codification and supplementation services, right? So whole host of them. The project that we're looking at with the city and have been working diligently with staff is covering the FOIA request, website, and agenda management. Civic Plus currently serves over 10,000 plus local governments through our software solutions. Through that, we're able to interact with 100,000 plus platform admin users. That means users like elected officials or city staff members that are driving our products. And through our software solutions, we interact with 340 million plus residents of users in the United States and a little bit in Canada as well. So I hope that this speaks towards that we are a true partner with local governments when it comes to these services. We've grown alongside local government throughout the years. We started back in the 90s when the company started. We just did websites. And even back then, websites were completely different. You know, they were more of a billboard about call this number and figure out where to go. And we've grown alongside the demands that have been on local government and think that we're uniquely equipped to be able to identify and have a pulse on the demands that are on staff and elected officials and building resident trust as well as doing more with less. So the first key piece of the Civic Plus project for the city is our Next Request system. This is our information request system, and really what I want to bring you up to speed on this is the key point here is that this is going to increase efficiency not only on the citizen side for being able to submit information or information request, but also on the staff side. So Next Request helps to streamline the records request process in an all-in-one encompassing portal. And this can be done directly from the website. And so this increase in efficiency is allowing the public to submit the requests online, and then that is easily assigned to the appropriate staff or department to work that request. Then the staff member, through this very intuitive portal, is able to upload, redact, and release documents securely through the portal. The goal of this system is to increase compliance, right, with an audit trail type system, which is automatically tracking all correspondence and action taken upon this request. Also, the goal is to improve transparency with the ability to share requests and document publicly how it's been addressed. I have a screenshot here of the public side. You can see it's very intuitive. You fill out your description of your request, fill out your information, and then again, that goes to, for staff, it can be automatically assigned here where they're going to be able to see the request, be able to easily see who's working it, see what the current status of that request is, and see what work needs to be done on that request. Again, from this one portal, they're able to upload, redact, release the documents all on this one page. Okay, another big piece of the pie in the Civic Plus project for the city is the website. So Civic Plus, we partner with governments to help design a website that showcases your community and integrates in with your existing systems and engages and assists in engaging your residents with your online services. So our software includes everything that you would need to efficiently inform and impact your residents all in one place. I threw up on here Tahlequah's website because I really like it. I think their color palette's really cool, but I have lots of other websites in cities in Oklahoma that I can share with you and outside the state as well. This is just one that I particularly liked and wanted to showcase. We offer best-in-class custom designs built individually to fit your community's culture and needs. Our product is designed to power and empower governments as they strive to meet the evolving needs and expectations of residents to have access to information, communication, and services online from any device. One big piece of our website project is going to be our chatbot. So what we are offering the city is an AI-driven chatbot. And what that means is that you can see up here, I've tried to highlight where it would live. This is a live website, and what it would look like on a device is you would be able to submit a question in a natural language, and the AI is able to then interpret that and scan your website and use that information to generate specific answers for your residents. And so on top of being able to help residents easily access and find the information that they're looking for, this system could also provide you with analytics about what is being searched for and what the success of those searches are. Are citizens finding the information that they're looking for? Also worth notating, the chatbot covers 85 languages. Okay, and then last thing on the website is I want to highlight our Audio Eye accessibility solution. So Audio Eye supports cities through technology and a team of experts that can help make web content accessible to assistive technology. So what that means is it's a tool that helps bring you up to WCAG 2.2 compliance. If you don't know what that is, it's okay, we do. It's essentially a government standard of accessibility compliance. And so this system provides you a visual toolkit that will help make your website more accessible. It can provide you automated accessibility testing and remediation to fix accessibility issues at a code level on your website, as well as this Audio Eye system can provide support in the instance where you would need legal support from an accessibility issue. Okay, last big piece of the pie that I want to focus on is the agenda and meeting management system. So some things that I want to highlight about this system is that it's very scalable. We serve towns that are very, very small and cities and counties that are very, very large. And the system is flexible and adaptable enough to be able to handle more simple or more complex workflows that city staff require, right? Another big thing, and I'll mention this in another slide, but we have a very high customer satisfaction rate, a 97.6% support satisfaction, which was a very big emphasis that city staff communicated to us. You know, all of these projects here, the city has in one way or another an existing form of them, but the support for city staff has not been sufficient. And so I want to highlight that, you know, our customers really like Civic Plus products. That's how we've been able to build up over 10,000 plus local governments that we work for. There's existing integrations in the system, not only with Civic Plus solutions, so such as the website integrates in, and other solutions through Civic Plus, but also third-party software, so like Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, Dropbox, etc. Already mentioned the system is flexible and adaptable, but any content requirement that city staff, we reviewed the requirements very diligently and reviewed, you know, what kind of customizations they would need, and we're very confident that we can meet those. And the last thing that I would want to emphasize at a high level of the system is that this was built for clerks by clerks. We have over 4,200 clerk customers utilizing this technology, and they're the ones that drive the enhancements in the roadmap for our product. You know, we're not in the silo over here, you know, thinking what we think is best. We have an entire committee of current customers that advise us. We have former clerks on staff. They're on the Zoom call right now. It's a former deputy city clerk. You know, those experiences and that advice is what's driving us in when we need to improve or increase and upgrade our product. Some key functionality to highlight here that really was important to staff is easy to change templates. If a council member were to change positions, staff expressed that they really shouldn't have to submit a support ticket just to be able to make that change on their template. And so we want to be able to empower staff to make those changes easily and not have to submit a support ticket for every small change that they want to make. I also just knocked the batteries out of this remote, so I hope it still works. Being able to work inside one solution instead of having a bunch of fragmented processes, being able to have shared data between all the systems working together. Ad hoc reporting for being able to create custom data reports to pull different meeting information and be able to easily share that with the appropriate people. A personal and secure board portal for elected officials that not only is a place where they'd be able to easily search past information and current information, take notes on upcoming meeting documents and search their past notes, but also in the same portal be able to vote electronically and interact with the meeting digitally. A very robust collaboration and configurability within the system. I covered that already. And overall, a more streamlined user experience. And what I mean by that is some of the systems that city staff are using today, while they know enough to be able to make it work, if someone new hires on or just someone that's not as familiar, it can be a bit of a headache. And so having a more user-friendly experience just overall allows staff to, especially newer staff, to be able to accomplish everything. On the public side of things, there are some things that I wanted to highlight as well that staff pointed out as being very important, and so I took another screenshot from Tahlequah's website. That's their agenda portal there. And that is an intuitive public-facing portal for people that want to be able to find agenda and meeting-related documents. So this goes very deep, and I don't want to take too much time explaining it, but essentially through our integrations, through our intuitive designs, not only can can citizens find what they're looking for through the agenda portal, but those integrations tie in both with the website and your existing code system, which means that, let's say I'm a citizen and I go to the city website and I type in chickens, because I want to know what's the ordinance on having chickens in an urban environment. Our integrations allow for that keyword search in the city website to simultaneously search all website content, all agenda meeting management content, all the documents related to the meeting, and all city ordinance content as well, and populates those searches for them. So you're able to search 3 systems with just one keyword search. And that's just one example. So, I mean, I could probably go all night, but I won't. Moving on. Enhanced live video option, essentially the same place where the meeting minutes and agenda is located. You can have a live stream populating and hosted recorded videos all in one Encompass portal, as well as with the option of being able to have closed captioning. And I've already mentioned the different modules and APIs, but I've been working with IT, and that's a very important piece to them. And I want to finish tonight with a case study of Franklin, Tennessee. This is a customer similar in scope and size to the city of Lawton. And they were experiencing similar challenges to what city staff had faced, right? They already had an existing system, but what they felt was that it wasn't enough. They felt the pain of poor customer support. They were very unsatisfied with the city's agenda and meeting management software and overall the lack of collaboration that the system provided. So their needs were needing more robust functionality, quality service, collaboration, and a system that can be more tailor-made to their needs. And I won't read all of this, but I'll finish off my presentation with that quote at the very end on the right side. That's from Angie Johnson, the City of Franklin Deputy Assistant City Recorder, and she said, "We required a robust, more complex tool, and it turned out that what Civic Plus offered aligned with our needs in an agenda management system. The software is big enough and robust enough to do the things we need it to do and do much of it automatically. It's also intuitive, which leads to a better experience for all of our staff citywide." And I know that that was a bit of a fire hose of information, but we've been covering a lot and have been working very closely with staff to understand their needs and believe we put together a project for them that will do that. So thank you for the time tonight.
Okay, and what's the date that this is all going to be happening, or is it already?
It's just a presentation, Mayor. There's no action, so we're still working through that, and once we get to that point, we'll bring it back to council.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
That brings up item 18, receive a presentation from the Salvation Army on plans for assisting the in-house community and discuss potential ways to facilitate the Salvation Army's initiatives for the winter months and provide direction to staff as appropriate. Captain Brian Brinley. Got to push the button.
There we go. Now we're good. We're good?
Yep.
Yep. As you said, my name's Captain Brian Brinley with Salvation Army. First of all, it's an honor to be speaking in front of the council today. I have some fun facts about the Salvation Army just before we get going that you may not know. The Salvation Army was founded in 1865. It was founded by William and Catherine Booth, and it came out of London. Now the Salvation Army is actually located in 132 countries across the world. The Salvation Army is. Its mission in every place and everywhere across the world is the same. It's to preach the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ and meet human needs in His name. Everywhere you go, the Salvation Army targets and goes after people that are forgotten and left behind. And we do that everywhere. Of course, everybody's familiar with the Salvation Army logo. That there too is worldwide. Every time somebody sees that, they recognize the fact that they can get help. Here's the neat thing. Salvation Army has been established in the Lawton community since February the 13th, 1904. And so in 2025, we'll actually celebrate 106 years in this community in Lawton, helping those people that need help. We also not only serve Lawton, but Cotton, Jefferson, Stevens, and Tillman counties as well. And now here we get to the stats part. Our 2023 stats, this isn't all of our stats, this is just some of our stats. What's not included in here is our Case Management Boys and Girls Club, also our Christmas stats as far as kettles go, a few other things, case management, building bridges, that kind of stuff. But individuals served in Lawton in 2023, 7,373 individuals. Food boxes provided, 1,765 food boxes last year. Meals served to the hungry, 29,521. Gifts provided at Christmas, 5,291. Nights of shelter provided, 2,901. I'm going to come back to that here in just a minute. Clothing provided, 1,197. Also, there were several people that we ended up helping, I think 17 individual families with furniture as they were moving into permanent housing. Utility assistance, we helped 178 families with utility assistance. We helped 7 families last year with rent assistance because they were in an emergency situation where they needed help with the rent payments. This is some of the stats that the Salvation Army did in 2023. As you guys know, the Salvation Army, I got here like 5 months ago. In that 5 months, we did a community assessment that I'm going to talk about. In that, we ended up pausing our shelter. It was actually called the High Barrier Shelter. Now, if you do the math there and you divide 2,901 by 365 days, you're going to find this interesting. The average night and the average amount of people that were in our shelter were 8. It had 21 beds, or 28 beds. On average, there was 8 people staying there. Is that not something? So that shelter was running at 28% capacity on average. Now, sometimes that would grow more in the winter months, in the heat of the summer, but it was a high barrier shelter. So when I first got here, and we actually had to pause that shelter due to lack of funding, lack of maintenance upkeep, that kind of stuff, I ended up working with Brenda Ragland, and because C. Carter Crane had the same situation, they were running about 30% capacity at that time as well. They had about the same number of beds. Due to lack of funding, that was actually being closed down as well. So the Salvation Army and their city of Lawton was losing both of its shelters. Now, when I say shelters, I'm not talking about family shelters. I'm talking about shelters that house individual people. Brenda and I got together and decided, hey, we can't lose. She fought for it more than I did, but we can't lose both of our shelters in this town. She agreed to take over C. Carter Crane. The Salvation Army signed an MOU with her in helping her with securing that shelter and making sure that that shelter stayed open and ran. Her and I still partner today on that shelter. That shelter now, those residents that we housed, I've now been sent over there to C. Carter Crane, and C. Carter Crane now takes care of them. That shelter is probably about 80% capacity right now. So it's doing a lot more than what it used to do, which shows the need to support that shelter at C. Carter Crane. That leads me to this next slide. Why we were here in the city of Lawton, I actually did a gap assessment. It didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars doing it. I just drove around like everybody else would here. And what was it that I seen? Talked to a few people. You'll notice we have a chronic homelessness issue in Lawton. I had the chance to redesign the way that the Salvation Army engages in Lawton. So I had an opportunity that before I came to Lawton that I wanted to try. And I asked the Salvation Army if I could actually come to Lawton because it was the perfect demographic in which for me to do something new that I've always thought about. Not only for Lawton, not only for the Salvation Army, but for the state of Oklahoma. And so in that, I decided to write a battle plan and go after chronic homelessness. Now you may say, what is chronic homelessness? I'll answer that here in a minute. I submitted that battle plan. It had to, in order for it to be accepted by DHQ, Divisional Headquarters of Oklahoma and Arkansas, that battle plan had to be targeted towards the second towards a certain direction. First of all, it had to identify a community need. That community need had to fall under the mission and the vision of the Salvation Army, and then its finances had to be equitable or applied to that vision. So 3 or 4 things had to line up in order for that to get approved. We got approval on that, and we have a 3-year battle plan in place to address homelessness, mainly chronic homelessness, in the Lawton area. So we're very excited about that. You guys did something here just a while back, and you passed an anti-camping bill that was designed specifically for engagement. You trusted the Salvation Army with that engagement. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for that we get the opportunity to engage homelessness. It means the world to us. In response to that, in phase 1 of engagement in chronic homelessness, the Salvation Army starts that phase on November the 16th. That's the day that we start ringing bells. Salvation Army has set aside $62,000 to hire homeless people that don't have jobs to ring the bells. So here's the spiel on that. If you're homeless, no background check or anything like that, and you want to get off the street, Salvation Army will hire you to ring bells. You can make $12 an hour. If you do a good job every single day, we'll let you work overtime on Saturday. In 5 weeks, you can make $3,270 ringing bells for the Salvation Army. Would you not like to do that? Is that not just amazing? Our kettle goal last year was $92,000. We're going to blow it out of the water. I usually hit 150 or plus everywhere I go. I love bell ringing. Our kettle goal is not money, although the Lord will bring it. Our kettle goal is to pull homeless people off the street. This year, our kettle goal is 11 people. 11 people that we're going to pull off the street from homelessness by giving them a job and a chance to make their life better. So that engagement starts November the 16th when we start bell ringing season. 17 locations, 24 bell ringers. They rotate themselves out a little bit, but nonetheless, we are ready for that engagement. Okay, now I get to talk to you about high barrier shelter, low barrier shelter, because in that engagement of phase 1, in this first 1.5 year phase, not only are we doing relationship first and engagement first, which this new bill that was passed allows us to do that. It makes that so much easier for us. So the Salvation Army is very quickly getting ready for that first phase. Starts at bell ringing season. We hope that we have a low barrier shelter after the first of the year. Now, you may say, what's the difference between a high barrier shelter barrier? C. Carter Crane right now is running a high barrier shelter. We used to have a high barrier shelter at the Salvation Army. It's been paused right now for remodel and renovation. We're still trying to raise the funds for that. The Salvation Army does not want to go back to a high barrier shelter. We want to run a low barrier shelter. That takes us twice as much money to run a low barrier shelter than it does a high barrier shelter. Here's why. A high barrier shelter does drug testing, and you have to be at a certain level of engagement and health before you're received in there. A low barrier shelter, here's what it does. It takes you right into housing first. It takes you right into the shelter regardless of what drugs that you're on. So it is designed not to kick you out. I describe it like this. You take a jail cell, you take all the bars down, remove half the guards, and you give everybody their drugs. It takes a lot more higher training, a lot better case management. It takes serious engagement. And the budget for running a 30 to 50 person bed low barrier shelter is $540,000 a year versus the $240,000 that it took for a high barrier shelter. So the Salvation Army, hopefully by this time next year, has a low barrier shelter in place for Lawton, Oklahoma. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you guys about sheltering in Lawton. Yep.
Would you go over the cost for running the high barrier versus the low barrier again, please?
Our budget in 2023 for the high barrier shelter was $240,000 a year. That was all of its overhead. And so low barrier is $540,000 a year. I have 2 facilities in which that I can remodel right now. I have the bids already on those. One of them is upstairs installing an elevator. It's $370,000. The one across the street, I think, is $390,000 to remodel it. if not 400. It's a better location. It's in a great building. But then I also would have to secure the funds, the first year operating cost, to get it up and off the ground, to do the training and everything that we need. The Salvation Army would take over its second year and the responsibility of its finances from then on.
Same amount of people in each barrier, or each shelter?
Yes, so the high barrier shelter had 28 beds in it. It's still there. It needs to be remodeled. We haven't touched it since we closed it down because it's seriously dilapidated.
Okay.
And the other one that we're wanting to build, or the one that we're wanting to build, holds anywhere from 30 to 50. We don't want to do more than that because we want to be very, very successful with a small group of people and then grow in controlled growth. We don't want out of control growth. What happens in a low barrier shelter, if it's not funded right and it's not operated right, it eventually turns itself back into a high barrier shelter. We don't want that.
Less people needed in the low barrier to watch it and take care. I mean, I'm trying to get your
Yes,
cost here.
that's right.
Of course, you doubled the beds on me, so we know that's more cost. But 25 beds to 25 beds, what's the cost difference? Personnel?
200, yes, personnel.
That's what I want.
High training, yes.
Thank you.
Exactly right.
Captain Brindley, pardon me, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
go ahead.
So is that 30 beds constant occupancy, or would that be?
Okay, so there's a funny thing about chronic homelessness. You could do a ribbon cutting on a low barrier shelter right now, nobody'd show up. So you have to have engagement first, relationship first model put in place, which is our phase one. We're going to go ahead and do that in order to build the trust and the relationships in which that you can start bringing people in to that shelter. So you would have to know very much so what you were doing and be highly trained and built in relationships to be a relationship. High barrier shelters, and most of our efforts in most communities are spent in poverty and situational homelessness. And that usually runs through a Housing First program. Governor Stent, when he passed the bill in Oklahoma of no camping ordinance, he thought that Housing First is not working for chronic homelessness. This was my thought 2 years ago, okay? It's not working for the people underneath the trees. Now, it is working for people in poverty and situational homelessness. It's doing great. Lawton's doing a great job. When you do an assessment, you'll see Lawton is doing an incredible job when it comes to poverty and situational homeless. They're knocking it out of the park. They invest a lot in it. There's a lot of people in your community that are passionate about it. What's happening is the people that are on the streets, living off in the woods, camping behind buildings, that Housing First model is not working for them. Why is that? I have a theory, just like he did, that engagement first, professional engagement first, is missing. If we can do that, we can set up a situation to where we can actually fix, in phase one, we can do something incredible with chronic homelessness that's not being done. It's a new thing. We can invest, you get one shot at it. You have vision, you put your effort into it, and you do it right the very, very first time. When I submitted that battle plan, of course, the Army's designed after the Army. We work off cartridges, which is, people give us donations and money. It's called cartridges. We're designed off the Army. So when I set that battle plan in place, it was set in place with all intents and purposes. We are always going to win. Salvation Army wins. We've been doing this for 150 years around the world.
Could you define professional engagement?
Relational engagement means that I go to you and there's an establishment of trust, okay? And just to give you an example, my first day at the Salvation Army, there was this guy just methed out, yelling and screaming. My wife and I are getting ready to leave work the first day, and she said, "Brian, don't drive down that street, go the other way." So she made me turn left instead of going right because she didn't want to drive by this guy that was yelling and screaming on meth, and nobody was standing there. 2 days later, I start engaging that guy. Him and I become friends. He's a local drug dealer, and he's homeless, make no mistake about it. But nonetheless, I come to friends with him. He now engages me and says, "Hey, this is Captain Brian of the Salvation Army. You can believe everything he says. You can trust him." That's how he introduces me to his friends. I've made friends with him. The other day, actually today, he was sober. And I talked to him about, "Hey, listen, you're going to start using less drugs, right? One day you're going to be working with the Salvation Army." He said, "Oh, Brian, I'm not your people." I said, "Oh, I think you are." Maybe not now, but eventually you will be. Today, he was sober. I seen him at Hungry Hearts, and he asked me for a bell ringing application. So maybe it's going to take a few times, maybe it won't work on the first day, but I'm telling you, it's engagement first. In that engagement, I intend to win. See what I'm saying? It's relationship first. And
Captain, let me interrupt you for a second. So I appreciate your energy, and I love that. I think you got a great plan. So will the Carter Crane remain a high barrier shelter?
C. Carter Crane is remaining a high barrier shelter.
And you'll be running the low barrier shelter?
I'll be running the low barrier shelter. Her and I signed an MOU together, C. Carter Crane and I did. It's very important that a person comes out of a low barrier shelter and they're ready to go into what Lawton does so well. Go into housing first, go into...
And the Lawton Task Force, Homeless Task Force?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. You're doing a great job.
Awesome.
Let's talk about money.
Yeah.
Have you applied for CDBG funds through the City of Lawton Housing Office?
You know, I haven't. So talking about money, the operational budget of the Salvation Army right now is $1.4 million. And it wasn't being ran right and it wasn't being taken care of. I have a lot of construction to do. I've done about $300,000 in construction in the 5 months that I've been here. Construction happens to be in my background. So the Salvation Army will send me places where that needs to be done. We are very close to being back up on our feet. We just received another $166,000 the other day. You guys remember that I was talking about some sewage problems that we were having, pipes at the Boys and Girls Club. Also, the Citadel, which will be a model for a low barrier shelter during this winter. That's been secured. Those things get fixed next week, and that will be a model where I'll be able to produce stats to you about what a low barrier shelter can do. In the winter months when it drops below freezing, we will take every single homeless person, regardless of where they are or what condition they are, into that building.
Okay, so back to my question. You haven't applied for funds for CDBG, which are largely, if I'm not mistaken, associated with capital items. Very little of it can be used for operational. And so when you talk about that remodeling, have you applied for those funds?
No, not as of yet.
Okay.
But plan to.
What can the City of Lawton do? We're fairly limited to our CDBG funds to address this problem.
Yeah.
How can we help you be successful in getting people off the street? I have a big thing. We have to address homelessness without increasing homelessness.
That's right. So phase 2 is sustainability. I completely and totally aware of that. You have to control sustainability in Lawton without increasing homelessness. So phase 2, after you do phase 1, would be you have to put in, and that's a city thing, it's not a Salvation Army thing, you have to put in controls to control sustainability. You can't have 32 food pantries all across town. It needs to be done in a place where you can engage people that know what they're doing, that are going to offer people help and a solution. Now, as far as the low barrier shelter, I can get some things ready for that after the first of the year. I can apply for some grants. We can start doing some things. We can look at that renovation. We can have future talks about that and get those figures together. We can start doing that. My main focus right now is I'm so focused on kettle season engagement first and being successful in that part of the battle that I would have to address that after the first of the year.
Okay, now the agenda item says discuss potential ways to facilitate the Salvation Army's initiatives. Do you have anything for us there?
That would be low barrier shelter. After the first of the year, let's get together, let's talk about ways in which that we can actually turn one of the vacant buildings that I already have into low barrier shelter.
Okay, and it says provide direction to staff as appropriate. I guess my direction would be, I think we need to, yes, sir, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mayor, I can link up with Captain Brindley. We can talk about the CDBG grant process, and I can get him started with that. So I think that would be a good first step.
Okay, I think there's something else we need to do with the CDBG, John, and I feel like there's a piece of that where 15% of the CDBG funds can be used for operational funds. And I think the council is going to have to face, you know, we've got it divided by 7 or 8 different organizations, but homelessness is my perception is that's the biggest problem we're facing. And that this council needs to review that and decide if that's where they want that 15% operational funds directed towards homeless initiatives. Now, some of those may already be going towards the homeless initiatives. I believe you have something to enlighten us with.
I do. The public safety organizations that you're speaking about, that's something that comes up in the spring. And so I believe it's around February that those applications will go out for the next fiscal year, that when we fund those public safety organizations.
And how many of those currently deal directly with homelessness or low barrier or high barrier?
I don't. I would say probably off the top of my head, 1 or 2, but I will verify that and get back with you.
Okay, I really feel like that's something the council needs to figure out. Do they want to focus on this homeless problem? I think the citizens want us to. The council needs to decide, because somebody's going to be disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we need to deal with that now, sooner rather than later, and give appropriate direction to staff.
Yes.
I feel like. Okay, you okay with that, Kellen? Any other comments? Yes, right here, Ward. Mr. Hampton, I forgot your name for a minute.
Don't worry about that, Mayor. I forget my name sometimes too. Age takes over. I'll have to borrow some of that lion's mane from you. We've got a excellent program here, and so you make contact, you put them in low barrier, and I'm assuming you're a planner, I can tell, that there's a long-term goal where all of this ends up. So you spoke of a step 2 and then sustainability, and then is it at that point that you have a river of homeless people moving through this program that you have? And what is the end goal that you see as far as this program you're establishing? Do you have something that
yes,
a
and
picture
so
you can draw that?
Yes, and so in 2 facets. One, for the personal individual as their journey back into what we call normal society living, and so that's what they would call a societal norm, whatever that may be. It's different for each and every one of us. I've expressed this before on the personal go. Trauma is not necessarily the cause of homelessness. Just because one of us gets sick, or there's a death in the family, or our parents die, or we get laid off, for some reason we don't end up on the street. The reason a person ends up on the street is because of breakdown of family unit, a breakdown of relationships. And so run them through low barrier, high barrier, all the educational pieces that we have in this community that do great, put people back into housing first, all the stuff that we're good at, ends up to a person standing back at what they consider a good life. The overall picture for Lawton, Oklahoma, this is something that we're going to have to talk about and discuss, but would be phase 1, engagement first. That has to work. We have no other choice. It's not acceptable, people just being left and forgotten underneath trees. For Lawton, for its businesses, for its residences, we're going to do that. Salvation Army has already decided it's going that direction for the next 3 years. Getting people back into help. Once that's established, okay, we've already established a system in which that we're going to demand that when people come to Lawton, they're going to be engaged, okay? We've set up a standard for that. It's not okay that you come to Lawton and you deal drugs to our teenagers and to our kids and to our family members, and you're just going to stay here and we're going to feed you every day. That's not going to happen, okay? If you want to come to Lawton for change, great. If you want to come to Lawton to do the same, that's not going to work. In phase 3, that can be a motto to people and to homeless people here in Lawton. But phase 2 involves everybody sitting before me and the residents of Lawton saying, hey, listen, we want to put in systems in place to control sustainability. That means, okay, such and such church, you want to open up a food bank. We love your hearting to do that. Do that at a location. They can run my kitchen. They can run my food. They can do all that. I have no problem with that at all. I would love for them to join me in my endeavor. But for us to do that separately Why sustaining people and handing out foods and stuff with drugs and letting people sleep behind our businesses with no engagement and answer and solution is not okay. Engagement first, policy second, and then motto third. And so I think that, like I said, the first thing I'm focused on is my part, is I'm going to do engagement and knock it out of the park.
Yep.
And so Salvation Army's committed to do that.
Yeah, it sounds wonderful. The second part of that question, and the reason why I go back to what the mayor's saying, at a certain point, you have this program all set, and there's going to be a financial base that's going to have to keep this sustainability.
That's right.
And will the Salvation Army be, I mean, you guys have been running something, so is this going to solely be on the Salvation Army once this whole program gets implemented?
No. There needs to be an investment, not just by the city and grants, but we need investments by businesses and residents of Lawton and saying, hey, this is what we're going to do. The reason I say that it has to be that way, Salvation Army doesn't run itself and has never ran itself off of grants and city funding and federal funding. Salvation Army abroad the earth has always ran itself off of people whose lives have been changed by the Salvation Army and donated it. If something happens that one of your grandkids ends up on drugs and walking around the street after you're gone, you're going to hope that they run across somebody like us, somebody that's going to invest in them and try to get them off of the street. The residents of Lawton need to invest in that. The businesses of Lawton need to invest in that. So we have to have a community engagement to where saying, hey, we need that. Now, here's the thing about that. If Lawton's not going to be willing to invest in that, then we're just not going to have it. That's the truth of the matter. If Lawton's not willing to invest in that, we're not going to have it. If you don't invest in shelters, they're going to close down. If you don't invest in the Salvation Army, it'll eventually go away. So we have to engage in that, and that's just what we're going to have to do.
And you're talking private enterprise, because we're
Yes.
going to do what we can do with CDBG.
Oh, you
and
better
what we can
believe
do
it.
to help. But you're talking about the private enterprises in
They need to
town
be involved as
helping
well.
sustainability
That's right.
after everything's said and done.
Collaborated effort.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton. Excuse me, Mr. Warren. That lion's mane's not working very good.
You call me that and I want to start talking about pudding and stuff from the farmer's market. I like the idea of addressing this sooner rather than later, because a problem that we've had over the years when we start talking about the division of that CDBG money is it has to be done on Wednesday, and we start talking about it on Tuesday, and everybody says, oh, well, let's just do what we did last year, and that way we don't have to make anybody mad, and we're just all going down the road. I do believe that probably somebody's ox will have to be gored, but possibly not as many as are worried about it, because what we can do is we can set the parameters of how that money is used. And I don't even know how to make an example, except maybe let's talk about mental illness. And if we are going to provide money to an entity that provides help for mental illness, then maybe we require that that be used in conjunction with homelessness, rather than just, here's some money, go forth and do something with that.
You know, it's funny that you say that, because here's the deal with that. Once you lose the constituency, once you lose the customers, and I hate to use it as that term, once you lose that, then that source goes away. So you can do mental health as long as there's people that need mental health standing in front of you. What's happening is some of us agencies, like I mentioned to you the shelter a minute ago, you have to keep that up and that engagement up, in which that we all have work to do.
I've got a question, Mayor. I don't want to gore anyone's ox, but
I like the goat
I don't want to gore an ox right now. But I heard you say something a few minutes ago, and it brought a question on my mind, because we've talked about this before. Did I understand when you were talking about all these different places that feed, and they do, there's a lot of them. Do we need to consolidate these? Will this help the overall program? Because we've got so many different places that they can go and eat with no responsibility, probably. They don't answer any questions. They just know it's a free meal, and they go there and they kind of hang in those areas.
Yes,
Is that what I understood you say, to consolidate?
Now, that has to be done in timing just right.
Okay.
Because the people that you're dealing with that do that feeding are very, very passionate about what they're doing. And so you have to be able to offer help and answer and collaboration first. Once that's achieved and you have that, then you can go do the other. You can't do the other first. Overall, yes. You have to have, you can't be reactionary towards homelessness. You have to be proactive. You have to know who they are, where they are, how many's coming, how many's here, and who's helping them.
The reason I ask that, because I've heard that before, and I've heard that talked about, that it's causing a lot of problems because there are so many, especially in certain areas.
That's right.
And so I just wanted to make sure.
It definitely is. And it creates sustainability to where you can just come to Lawton and do drugs and eat, and everybody will take care of you, and you can sell drugs to our teenagers, and that's just not going to work.
Mr. Harris. Captain, I think what I heard you say is the reason for consolidating is we want to know who these people are and what their issues are. And then by knowing that, and if we engage them at the feeding site or wherever, whatever, whether it's the mental health site, the feeding site, whatever, but we know who they are and what their issues are, then we can direct them to the appropriate agencies. Is that what I heard you
That's
say?
it. That's collaboration.
Thank you very much.
Strategic collaboration.
And I believe that Ms. Taylor's organization has some software that helps track that, but we might need to join forces there to see if we can do that or find some other software.
Definitely so.
We want successful programs.
Yes.
And it's hard to measure prevention or whatever, because if it weren't there, who knows if it would have been there. You know, it's kind of hard to defend that. But it takes maybe not necessarily highly educated people to build those relationships. Sometimes I know in the shelter where I worked, it was just a good grandma.
Yes.
But I didn't know what kind of skilled people you were looking for, because sometimes it's hard to find the right skilled people, but it's crucial. There are some people that just do not need to be in social work.
So the Salvation Army, after the first of the year, in February, will start taking applications for this Engagement First model. If your application is accepted, it has to be accepted, and you're a candidate to actually engage in chronic homelessness. You have to understand that it's done in teams of 2. You're highly trained about what that looks like, because you're engaging people that are on fentanyl. So you have to be able to know when to engage, when not to go, what place is safe, what's not, conflict resolution, all of these things you have to be trained on. Once you're trained on that, then we put on an emergency disaster vest. Doesn't have to be a Salvation Army vest. It could be a vest that we all come up with here in the city that says, because that's an emergency. When homeless people see that vest, they know, hey, first of all, that's somebody I can trust, that's somebody that's going to help me, and they're here to make a difference in my life. And they also have the knowledge to do that. So that will end up happening in February. That's something else that we can talk about in that engagement, to where only people that are certified to do that engagement should be doing that engagement. I don't advise anybody to walk down a creek into a homeless encampment and talk to people.
Yes, just real quickly, just one quick question. I'm putting something together in my head. When you're talking about engagement, you kind of mentioned a little while ago, or alluded to the fact that not everybody can engage. No. You're looking at specific organizations like yours or ones that are named doing the engagement, and all of that be funneled into those specific people that are trained and organizations that are trained to engage. So we're not talking about everybody engaging, because then everybody engaging and then sending them to you. We're talking about setting up like the camping ordinance of directing this initial contact to be engaged by specific organizations.
That's right.
And what?
It's a volunteered position in which that you've been accepted to be a part of that. And then eventually we'll be asked not to be. And so that has a time limit on it. You can engage chronic homelessness on a full-time basis, and it has an effect on you. It can actually bring
I have visited businesses in my ward that they say, we have told people to get off my sidewalk, but then we give them food when they leave. And you're talking about that engagement needs to be done not by those businesses, but by organizations
Train
like
the
yourself
people.
that are trying to
That's
put
right.
them into low-barrier shelters
Exactly.
and then get them out of homelessness.
Exactly. And then those stats can be recorded, and there's some organizations that are actually already doing that and stuff and reported to the city, and the city knows about those numbers. So, anyway.
All right, I just want to make sure, we need to probably move on, but I want to make sure that we bring that item back from housing or whatever we call that department on CDBG, the second meeting of December. Now, I'd say the first meeting, but I figure it's going to be a pretty full agenda and there's going to be quite a bit of discussion. So I think the second meeting might be better, and we need to get some idea where we're going so that the council can think about it and finalize where they want to go in January, okay? I doubt that you're going to be ready when you get the presentation. So that's kind of my plan. Is everybody good with that? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming, Captain. And thank you for praying for us today, too. All right, let's take a 7 to 10 minute break.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to get started. If council will make their way back, we're going to start in 1 minute. Okay, break is over, and we're back, ready to get started with item number 19. Receive public comments on the usage and allocation of unallocated sales tax revenue received from July 2020 to June 2024. The unallocated funds total $8,425,974.94. Rebecca, just to clarify, this relates to Propel, correct? Okay, thank you.
That is correct, Mayor. This is just the open meeting for anyone to come forward if they'd like to make comments. It's the first of two that we're bound to hold.
Okay, say that.
This is the first of two open meetings where the public is allowed to come forward and make any comments regarding that they may have regarding it.
Those two meetings are required by the resolution, and this is what we have basically called inflationary overage, and has typically been used to fund in Propel 2019 that were over budget because of inflation. We're applying inflationary income to inflationary projects. Do you have anything else to say before I open public comments?
No, sir.
Okay, Kasa Whiteley has requested to speak, so has Daniel Jamison. If y'all will come forward. Okay, Kasa, and I've got your, is it Whitley or Whiteley? Whitley? Okay, Whitley. And I've got your address here. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, how about now? There we go. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna get right into it. I think that the city has a lot of potential here to do some good with these funds. So I would like to see us put something in play to combat the heat index. So planting more trees and vegetation, using cool pavements, and an increase in green spaces have helped other municipalities. I think that would be really intelligent for us to invest in. I'd like to see something to increase the accessibility of our public transit. So like implementing flexible and or on-demand pickup/drop-off locations. I would like to see us invest in fence line monitoring at every business that's within our industrial zone. And I'd like to see something go in play that would require incoming businesses to invest in that on their own. I would like to see this go towards some sort of temporary housing that is low income and low barrier to assist the homeless population. If only there was somebody in this room who had a plan for that we could invest in. I would also like to see some sort of endowment or scholarship fund set up for kids who graduate from Lawton Public Schools to attend Cameron for free or on scholarship that aren't receiving OLAP. I would also like to see that those funds go toward maybe funding someone to have a seat on the council to represent the Indigenous voice. I would also like to just kind of, I guess, see our city maybe just invest more in the people and less in industry.
Thank you for coming. And Daniel Jamison. Daniel, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I won't take up too much of your time. So I just heard from Kasa, which I also believe that having a representative from the Indigenous community would be beneficial to the Lawton city, city of Lawton as a whole. But after hearing from the representative from the Salvation Army talk about his experiences with a fellow homeless person, while I do understand that there are people who can be able to make it out on their own through sheer will, that may not be the case for others. So I figured, since we have, from what I read, nearly $8.5 million just lying around, maybe we could put it to good use for something of a pilot initiative where we could use it to, say, create it as unconditional public housing for no strings attached, just especially just for the sole purpose of getting either, regardless of whether it is a chronically homeless person or a homeless person who is only temporarily homeless for various reasons other than being chronically homeless. And I mean, I don't feel like Lawton has ever attempted to do this before, but if it is something that should be looked into further, it may be worth trying. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming, and thank you both for your presentations. Probably something we should have said that we didn't say earlier is that is inflationary overage associated with the CIP voted on by the citizens and can only be spent on the items in the CIP. So things that have already been voted on by the citizens. So what we'll do is we'll take that and allocate it to items that are already in the CIP. But we appreciate your presentation and your passion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this? Okay. We're going to move on to item number 20. Consider holding a public hearing and approving an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending sections 18.21.212, Division 18.21, Article 18.2, Section 18.41.413, Division 18.41, Article 18.4, and Sections 18.81.804 and 18.81.805, Division 18.81, Article 18.8, all of Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015 by changing the word handicap to ADA compliant and updating the ADA compliant parking space design requirements, Figure 13, allowing for two options and amending the associated code, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for 4 amendments if necessary. Christie.
Well, my spiel isn't nearly as long as yours, Mayor. This is just pretty much a housekeeping item. We're changing the word handicap to ADA compliant, which is a little bit more politically correct these days, and also changing the parking lot design requirements, which is Figure 13, to allow for a different couple options for developers. And we have our ADA coordinator here if you have any specific questions.
Okay. No, we can ask questions here. We can't give our opinions till after the public hearing.
I noticed that, I read that, looked good. Saw where the Planning Commission made some notations on that, which I would assume that you have considered and will be part of this.
They didn't make any changes. Okay. We just had discussion about it. Okay. Yeah, but they didn't suggest any changes to the ordinance.
Are there other questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, at this time, I will open the public hearing. And if you wish to speak on this item, you can come forward. And Andre Wilson has requested to speak. Andre? And I've got your address here, and you'll have 3 minutes.
So I would like to commend the City of Lawton on the recent ordinance amendment to Chapter 18 of the City of Lawton, especially the changes from handicap to ADA compliant terminology and the updated design requirements for ADA compliant parking spaces. This is a significant step in the right direction toward enhancing inclusivity and respecting individuals with disabilities. By adopting proper disability etiquette and embracing ADA compliant language, the city is setting a positive example in fostering a community that prioritizes accessibility and equal rights. However, I am interested in learning more about the ADA-related improvements that the city has been working on. While there have been encouraging developments with sidewalks, ramps, and park accessibility, could you please provide details on other ADA projects that have been undertaken to improve accessibility within this community? The suggested questions I have is, number one, aside from sidewalks and parks, could the council share specific examples of other ADA compliant accessibility improvements that have been completed or are currently in progress? Are there any upcoming projects or areas of focus where the city is aiming to further improve accessibility in public buildings, facilities, or transportation? And lastly, number three, how does the city ensure that ADA compliance is regularly assessed and updated as part of its development and planning processes? So I thank you again for your attention to these essential aspects of accessibility and for your continued commitment to the ADA. I look forward to hearing more about how Lawton is making strides in improving accessibility across all areas of the community.
Okay, and we would direct you to the city's attorney's office as the conduit to get the information you've requested. Thank you
Okay.
for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so is there anybody else that wants to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this.
And waive the reading of the
Waive the
ordinance.
reading of the ordinance
And read the title
and read the title only.
Is there a second?
I've got that right.
Please read the title.
An ordinance amending section 18-2-1-212, division 18-2-1, article 18-2, section 18-4-1-413, division 18-4-1, article 18-4, and sections 18-1, 18-8-1-804, and 18-8-1-805, division 18-8-1, article 18-8, all of chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to planning and zoning by changing the word handicap to ADA compliant and updating the ADA compliant parking space design requirements, figure 13, allowing for two options and amending the associated code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Well, I forgot to ask if there was discussion or debate.
We can do that.
Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Have we got 8 here? Need one more. Okay. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 21, consider approving an ordinance amending the employee retirement system, defined contribution plan for the city manager for the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, providing retirement benefits for eligible employees of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, pertaining to plan design, providing for repealer and severability, and declaring an emergency. Craig.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Just real briefly, all the employees, general employees of the city of Lawton are involved in a defined contribution plan, everybody after 2017, July 1. Except the city manager, he's involved in that, but he also has a separate defined contribution plan that's totally voluntary if he wants to participate in it. He has chosen not to participate in it, and due to that reason, we need to amend the plan documents with OKMRF to where he doesn't have to contribute anything into that fund. That's what this ordinance does. It just amends that plan. One thing about this ordinance, when we first put this into an ordinance, we were under the impression that it really couldn't be with an emergency part on it. But after talking to legal, they said it does fit to be declared an emergency, to have it take effect immediately.
Okay.
If approved.
Council, do you have any questions? Can we get, yes. Okay, can we get a motion?
Yes. I move to approve this ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only, and with the separate motion, declare an emergency. Does that need to be a separate motion?
It'll be a separate vote,
Okay.
but we'll declare an emergency at that point.
Okay, but do we have a second? We do have a second.
So the ordinance that we have on file here, we do need a floor amendment that changes that from establishing an effective date to establishing an emergency, because what we have is that. So we do need that amendment that would establish an emergency.
Just the last line on the ordinance, we need to amend that to say declaring an emergency instead of establishing an effective.
On the
Okay, so
agenda,
you
it's got
need
it, but
a
on the
floor
ordinance, it doesn't.
amendment to change the ordinance. to
Establishing
say-
an effective date to declaring emergency.
And you accept that?
Yes.
Okay.
And you accept that? Who seconded? And you accept that? Okay, you accept that amendment? Okay, we good?
Yes.
Okay, read the title.
An ordinance amending the employee retirement system defined contribution plan for the city manager of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, providing retirement benefits for eligible employees of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, pertaining to plan design, providing for repealer and severability, and declaring an emergency. And this is just the non-emergency part.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Now we're going to vote on the emergency. Takes 2/3. You need to say anything before we do? Okay, you ready to vote on the emergency?
Mayor, we need a motion and a second for that.
I make a motion
Was
to
it
declare
not
an emergency.
included in the original?
We did a floor amendment. That is, we do need a motion for a second for emergency. I
Okay.
apologize.
You make a motion? I do. And you second. Now, please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item, what was that, 21?
We're at 22 now, Mayor.
Item 22, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing, amending section 612-123 through 612-128, Division 612, Article 61, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code, 2015, by amending the procedures for addressing to allow for consistency between GIS, E911, and planning, and potentially providing a better response time in emergency situations, providing for severability, allowing for floor amendments, and establishing effective date. Christie.
This is really just a housekeeping item. Over the years, GIS mapping is now a thing. It's integrated to our E911 CAD mapping system, and so we just needed to update our code to match our current practices. Also over the years, the post office has made some changes as far as what they're allowing to be an address. So this just makes it consistent to match what we currently do and to make sure that when we assign an address, it is getting geocoded correctly and also hitting the E911 CAD system correctly.
Questions, comments, or motions?
Move to approve the ordinance, read title only.
Have a motion and a second to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing, amending sections 6-1-2-123 through 6-1-2-128, Division 6-1-2, Article 6-1, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending the procedures for addressing to allow for consistency between GIS, E911, and planning, and potentially providing a better response time in emergency situations, providing for severability, allowing floor amendments, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 23. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to business by amending section 712.1.1213, Division 712.1, Article 712, Chapter 1, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language that if no soliciting sign is located on a property that is unlawful for a door-to-door vendor to attempt to solicit at that property, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Charlotte, you changed on me. Go.
So this is just a small change to Chapter 7. We've received some complaints in the building division about door-to-door vendors and peddlers going to houses that clearly have a no soliciting or we don't need to buy anything sign up, and they're ignoring the signs. So we have decided, after visiting among staff, to actually put something in code that says, hey, if you've got a no soliciting or we've got Jesus in the house already, we don't need anything else, don't come to my door. I don't know about you. I don't like to answer my door unless I know you're coming, you know. So we just decided to put something in code that says, hey, if you do that and they've got something there, it's going to be illegal. And so if we continue to get complaints on that, then we're going to be able to actually enforce it and revoke licenses.
Discussion, debate, questions, or motions? Motion for approve, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? We do have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to business by amending section 7-12-1-1213, division 7-12-1, article 7-12, chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding the language that if a no soliciting sign is located on a property, then it will be unlawful for any door-to-door vendor to attempt to solicit at that property, and placing an enforcement for violating the no solicitation code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. And motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 24. Consider waiving section 211-102 of the Lawton City Code in order to approve the annual meeting notice for 2025. Don Lynn.
Mayor and council, this is just your annual meeting notice for 2025. It lists your meeting dates as the second and fourth Tuesday of every month at 6 o'clock.
Move to approve. Mr. Mayor.
Hold on just a minute. I have a motion to approve. Is there a second? I do have a second. Discussion or debate. Mr. Gill.
Because we passed this 4 months ago as a temporary trial basis, instead of going through this, I'd like to make an alternate motion that we go ahead and post the times as required. We post January and February at 6 o'clock, and then the first part of March we go back to our regular time, which is 2 o'clock. And at that time, of course, there can be another vote to change it. But this was temporary, and I don't believe we need to change policy to do all of this because it was voted as a temporary change or a trial period.
I'll second that.
Okay, was that a substitute motion?
It was.
A substitute motion and a second. We deal with the substitute motion. I need the attorney to tell me if this is reconsidering because it sounds reasonable the way he presented it.
Yeah, it's a reconsideration of what we've already got. So, you talk about waiving the code, or?
Yeah, we could.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean, either way on that, but it would just leave it what it was originally outlined to be.
Right. So
no, what he's saying
right.
is that this was originally discussed
Right.
as being a temporary for 6 months, and what he's saying is, and it seems to me that it fits, it's not reconsidering, is to post the meetings at 6 o'clock through the 6-month period, which sounds like it's February, and then post the meetings at 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I don't think that's a reconsideration.
No.
I think that's legit. I mean, and it doesn't take a 2/3 majority. It has a motion and a second. Discussion or debate. Mr. Warren.
I would just simply repeat what I said when we originally did this. It's already started all over Facebook that the council passed Propel, and now they're going to go back to 2 o'clock where the citizens don't have to have a say. So y'all do what you feel like's right.
Any other discussion or debate? Yes, Mr. Harris.
I would disagree with Councilman Warren that I think we actually had better participation when the meeting was at 2, and I just really haven't seen that much difference. People are able to say what they want to say online anyway, but the difference is now we're going to start, we always go home in the dark, but now we're going to start coming to the meeting in the dark. And for the safety of our fellow councilmen, I think this is a good plan.
Okay, yes, Ms. Chapman.
Could you explain after the February, staying till February on the 6 o'clock meeting, and then what are you saying in March?
It would go back to 2 o'clock.
That's our normal, was our normal.
Okay.
Now, It can be voted on again.
Wait just a minute, you need to turn on your,
I'm just saying, it can be voted on again in March if we want to, but this was a trial period, so we automatically go back to our 2 o'clock meetings come the first part of March. So that's the way it's going to be posted to the state. So basically what that does, it makes those that want to change it and keep it at 6 o'clock to have to reinitiate it, instead of those that liked it at 2 and wanted to keep it at 2, it'll stay at 2 unless it's revoted. Does that make sense?
so I guess my only question, once again, does this motion fit the agenda item?
It fits the agenda item because we are considering waiving the city code in order to approve the annual meeting notice. The annual meeting notice, what we're doing here is amending what that notice would say as a floor amendment. So if we were to keep the annual meeting notice to go, either way, if we put a notice in where it stays at 6 o'clock for the first 2 months, or it stays at 6 o'clock forever, we're going to have to waive city code either way. Because city code says 2, we have not changed city code.
Okay, so the way he did it, we don't have to waive it, right?
We would, I don't believe we would have, well, let me think about it just a minute.
Mayor, can I add something here? The waiver of city code here is just because city code currently says 2 o'clock. The way that I have put the notice together is a 6 o'clock meeting, so that's where the waiver of code comes in.
But I guess if we're still going to have 6 o'clock meetings in January and February, we're still going to have to waive city code for that because it does say 2 o'clock. So we're going to have to waive it for either 2 months or 12 months. So, sorry, I'm working my way through it.
Okay, we're gonna continue discussing for a few minutes before we figure out what we're gonna do, because it appears that we have to waive something. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, so basically what we're voting on is that we're going to go ahead and keep this 6-month trial period going and then go back to 2 o'clock, but this is not automatically coming back up at that point. Is that correct?
If Mr. Gill's motion prevails, it will not come back up unless somebody puts it on the agenda. Is that correct?
Right, yes.
Okay, we still have an issue of needing to waive the rules, but we'll discuss that.
Yeah, understandable, but so basically, we're voting to go back to 2 o'clock unless this is brought up again at any point after this February, correct?
Yes.
So this item would be closed unless somebody brings it back up is basically what we're voting on.
Yeah, but
Correct.
anybody
Okay.
can bring it back up. Anybody can bring it back up.
Well, I know that, Councilman Gill. I'm just wanting to know what I'm voting on.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
I just like to say that some of the citizens who had talked to me and they were complaining about not being able to attend, so that's why I originally voted to change the time to 6 o'clock. But I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it with a clear conscience. Some of those individuals have not attended the 6 p.m. meeting. And, I voted in good faith because they said, I can't attend. But I look out here and I don't see them.
Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to talk to legal maybe, because I don't know where anybody got the idea that this didn't have to be voted on again. The original motion that put it at 6 o'clock said that it would be revisited. It didn't say that it would go back to 2 o'clock. It said it would be revisited in 6 months.
I believe that's correct.
So I don't know why we're doing this, but I think there's a reason.
Do you want?
This is just to get, we have a deadline for, excuse me, for the annual meeting notice to get turned into the state, and that's all we're looking at with this agenda item. However that annual meeting notice looks is up to the council. So all this item is doing, but to keep anything at 6 o'clock, because the code says 2, whether it's the first 2 months or all 12 months, we would have to waive the section 2-1-1-102. So we would have to get a 2/3 vote to.
Okay. All right.
But my question was, and Councilman Warren is addressing what my question was, and that's that we were supposed to revisit this, go at 6 months trial, and then we're supposed to revisit this. And in my mind, that means that if we follow the motion, then we're not going to revisit this. Where when we voted on it, we voted to revisit this, 6 months trial, then revisit. And
Okay, let's take just a minute. You've got those motions, the original and the one where we set the date for August. You've got both of those. Can you email them to all council members and to the press, put them up here if you can, whatever, so that we can see what was done?
Yeah, if you can give me just a moment, I can get it up on the
Okay.
screen.
Well, while she's taking a moment, I'd like to ask legal a question. You said that we have to change the policy to change these meeting dates.
No, you have to waive, what he's saying is you have to waive the code. The code says the meetings are at 2. Now, we did that on a temporary basis.
That's what I said, yes.
So in order to approve the annual meetings for next year, since 2 months of them are
left.
at 6 o'clock,
We waive those.
still have to require,
Okay.
we are still required to waive the
So,
code.
Let me ask you a question. If we vote and we don't waive the code, what happens? Well, you don't have to take a vote to waive the code.
I think the agenda item is consider waiving the code in
Yes.
order to approve the meeting.
So if we vote and it doesn't get enough votes to waive the code, where are we at and where are we going?
Why is the motion that was used last time, which apparently has been good enough for the last 4 months, not good enough for the next,
I'm not sure it was
for
good enough.
January and February?
It all hinges on how this annual meeting notice is filed. So when we started this 6-month test, we were 4 months to the end of the calendar year. So the start of the calendar year is when that new annual meeting notice starts. If we don't waive city code, really, city code specifies 2 p.m., but really, like we were talking about earlier today, the state doesn't care about the code, only we care about the code, but our charter, our code requires us to waive this to change the time from what the code is.
Was notice given to the state when we changed it? It doesn't say we have to notify them, it just says we have to duly notify the public, right?
Correct. So the process when we switched to 6 o'clock was I posted a special meeting notice for the rest of the meetings for the rest of the year. So that was our notification to the public. But no notification required to the state.
When is the deadline for filing the meeting notice?
December 15th.
The only other thing I could suggest is we put an item on the next agenda to change the code.
I think we need to deal with
So,
what we have.
That's the only
I think
other
we need to deal
alternative.
with what we have.
Mr.
We
Mayor,
voted on this. We voted on this 4 months ago to do it for 6 months. We need to see what was said and see exactly what we're dealing with, and then we need to deal with it. And if we fail to waive the code, then you've got a decision to make. But if we don't deal with it now, we don't know what's going to happen at another meeting. Yes, Mr. Harris.
yeah, I'd like to make a further substitute motion to table this till next week's meeting. So we could all get clarification.
Somebody can second that and we'll vote on it, but I would like to deal with this waiving the code now, or the city attorney doesn't know what he's dealing with and what's coming down the pike.
I'm just confused.
It's kind of in the way this was written. Well,
Okay,
Just
we
as
have a
a-
motion on the table. Wait a minute. No. Can we have 2 substitute motions? I can't remember.
No, I was just about to say that.
Okay, we
Yeah.
can't have 2
So
substitute.
so Robert's Rules of Orders does not allow for 2 substitute
I
motions.
think specifically the code, we need to look at 1.6. I think a second might be allowed. I think a second substitute may be the limit. You got 1.6?
I'll see if I can find it here. I've got a copy of it.
Mayor, if you would like, while he's looking at that, I have both motions available, if you guys want to
Okay.
see those. So this is the first one, just to move the meeting to 6 o'clock, starting with the first meeting in August.
Okay, what was the date of this motion? It was 6/25, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, June 25th.
Okay, June the 25th, Mr. Warren made the motion, seconded by Williams, to change the meeting time to 6 p.m., starting with the first meeting in August of '24. However, there was further discussion.
There it is, reevaluate.
Okay, the motion you have on the screen now is from 2 months earlier or something, isn't it?
Yes, this was for May 28th.
Okay, and this original motion, we moved to move the meetings to 6 p.m. for 6 months, reevaluate after 6 months, and direct the city manager to figure out an equitable pay incentive for employees that are required to be present. But we did not say when it started. So some 6 weeks later or something, this came back up and now put the other one back up. Okay, and the motion was to change the meetings to 6 p.m. for the first meeting in August of '24. And I commented after that the temporary status would remain before the vote, because this was a kind of an addendum to that original motion, clarifying when it starts was all it was. So, does that help anybody?
Well, it tells me what I said is correct, that it was temporary. And
Let's go back to that first motion. Reevaluate after 6 months. It doesn't say it's temporary. It says it's reevaluated after 6 months, which to me means it's 6 o'clock until it's reevaluated.
What about a change of policy?
Policy? No, a
Council
motion.
policy? I'm just saying. Do we have to vote on that?
Are you having trouble on 1-6?
No, I've found it. I'm looking to see if there's a second. I don't see whether you can do a
I
second.
thought there was a limit in there.
Substitute. I'm looking right now. There's
Mr. Mayor.
On amendments to motions. You cannot
Okay.
have a third amendment to a motion.
Okay, so we cannot have a third amendment. So, wait a minute, I thought it specifically addressed substitute motions.
Let me look. See if I can.
Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my substitute motion.
Thank you. Okay, it's withdrawn, so it's mute unless somebody else makes a substitute motion.
There's no mention of substitute in 1-6.
Okay, here's what I think. I think the way this motion's worded, I gotta think slowly.
Okay.
I think that it has to be, we have to have a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
And that requires a 2/3 majority, because this is to reevaluate. It's not to do it for 6 months temporarily. It's to change it to 6 and reevaluate after 6 months, okay? So therefore, I don't see how you can deal with that on this agenda item. It becomes a motion to reconsider, and the agenda is to waive the code.
I think honestly, based on that original motion, we probably should have changed the code to 6 because it did permanently change it and then to reconsider. But because we haven't done that, that's why an alternate way to get out of this would be to bring it back on the agenda next week as a permanent change to 6 and then authorize the submittal of the annual meeting notice with 6 o'clock time. Is that?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Right.
So you want to bring it back
No.
for what?
No, I'm just.
Are we going to reevaluate it? Because we
right.
passed it with a split vote.
Right.
So we can pass it again to 2 o'clock with the same vote.
Are you talking about taking?
No, you have to have 2/3 majority to reconsider before
I'm
6
not
months.
even gonna reconsider. I'm just gonna put on the agenda a motion to change our time back, just like,
Well, you
Councilman
can't. That's a
Warren did.
that's reconsidering a council action. Council rules say that you have to have a 2/3 majority.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanna waive the rules, you have to have a 2/3 majority.
I had to do it there then, because it was 2:00. but-
Because it wasn't, we weren't reconsidering anything. That was the first time it was brought up, and the second time was to
Oh,
clarify.
so you're, okay, 2:00 was changed sometime along the line. I wasn't here then. So when it was changed to 2:00 from 6:00.
Yeah. That's correct, during COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this. I do not believe his motion is valid and germane to the agenda item.
What?
His substitute motion.
So what the original substitute motion was to approve an annual meeting notice with just the 2 6:00 times and the rest were 2.
Right.
Okay. It would still require a waiving of section 2-1-1-102, and it would still.
What is the big deal about just bringing it up
Well-
at the end of February?
Are we gonna do that?
Well, it's right here, reevaluate for 6 months.
But it's gonna take 2/3 vote.
No,
Not at the end.
no, you're following the original motion,
Okay,
okay?
okay. The
To
big-
consider it before the end of February, or, we can consider it in February, I think, that's reasonable, would require a 2/3 vote. To reconsider it at the end of the 6-month period does not require 2/3 vote.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, so now we're back, since the substitute motion was not germane after lengthy evaluation, we are back to the original motion, which is to waive the code that says 2:00 so that the clerk can file the notice per state statute, and then we can deal with
Okay.
the time later.
So it's my understanding if I withdraw my motion and.
Well, it doesn't, your motion's not accepted
Okay.
because it's not germane.
Well, if I retire my illicit motion, then we will be able to vote on this, whether we want to continue or go back to 2:00 with a simple 5-vote in February.
In February.
And if that's the case, with no changes or no, then I'm okay.
Well, we can evaluate it in February.
simpler.
And it goes into effect in March if that's the council, okay?
That just takes a majority vote.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my understanding, isn't that right? Okay.
That's what
All right,
That had better
all
be-
right.
better be
Okay,
right.
enough.
Okay.
Let's vote on waiving this so the clerk can follow the state statute. Please vote. Apparently, we still have 2 thinking about it. Can I get 8 votes?
You gotta have 8 to do it?
I need 1 more. Okay, the motion carries 8-0. Does that give you what you need?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
He gives her what she needs.
All right, now let's go ahead and change that code, even though we may have changed it back.
So do we need to bring that to the agenda to change the code?
I would think.
Okay.
Receive a report, as a matter of,
I think that would be best.
okay. Item 25, a receive a report from staff concerning the status of Ralph's Resort and provide direction as necessary. Dwayne, I'm sorry.
I'm hoping this is a lot simpler. So, Mayor and Council, several months ago, we started the process of looking for a new concessionaire to take over Ralph's Resort at Lake Ellsworth. We did issue notices to receive proposals for a new concessionaire. We put that out, and we've got 4 that were returned. During the process of evaluating those, staff met. We also had Councilman Gill, who's a member of the Lakes and Lands Commission, attend that meeting as well. And as we were going through that, there was discussion about the condition of the store itself. Make sure this works. So what we ran into was we thought we were going to be able to go in and do some work on the roof line. It was sagging, and there were some issues there, and as well as the ceiling. What we found was it seemed like there was a little more to it than what we had anticipated. There were portions of the roof trusses that had been cut, creating the sagging portions. Also, the ceiling was starting to come down in areas, and there'll be some photos here on the next slide. There was some water damage around some of the seals, which is kind of customary for old buildings. It happens. But what ended up happening was the cost that the contractors were talking to us about, it started to pile up. And it became a point of when you get a certain percentage of renovation that you're doing, then you have to bring the entire facility up to code. And so you'll notice here, these are some photographs of the attic. You'll notice the one truss is cut. The hole there, I think that was from the old vent hood. This is a picture of the inside of where the ceilings began to sag from the failure of the roof line, and it started from the structural deficiencies there. This is pictures of some of the seals and the water damage. The mortar or the grout lines and the mortar joints around the rock, there's several of those that are cracking as well. We believe that may be due to some foundational issues, but they would need to be redone. There's some plumbing issues. The building currently has no restroom, public or private, which is an issue as well. The propane tank that provides gas to the facility, that sits outside the facility, the actual propane gas line runs across the top of the ground. It's not subgrade. So we have some issues there as well. The HVAC system, I'm being told, and these notes are from our inspectors. We sent our building inspectors out there to look at the electrical, the HVAC, and structural, and these were the ones that they brought back. But it's an old R22 Freon system, which basically has been outlawed. You're not supposed to have those anymore as of January 2020. The ductwork has issues. And again, there's the note about the propane line. There's some electrical issues. It has two actual boxes. One's a 50 amp that's feeding an additional panel, which is a 200 amp panel. It's overloaded. There are breakers, too many breakers in the panel, as well as additional splicing issues and things that are just not up to code. So all in all, this is where we're at. We feel like the better play here would be for the city to consider the possibility of constructing a new steel building that would serve as a store facility for it. We think we can actually do that probably cheaper than it would be to renovate that existing facility. The existing facility also has some ADA issues. There is no accommodations whatsoever, no ramp or anything like that. By going in and basically constructing a new facility, steel facility, we can address all of those issues and have a nice store that will hopefully serve that community for a long time. So our recommendation, and I will just tell you, we sent letters to the 4 individuals that submitted proposals and told them that we were postponing announcing or making a recommendation pending council action on what they wanted to do with the store, because we felt like it's going to affect what their proposals that they sent in. So that's the reason we brought this item to you, is for you to consider the possibility of relocating the store. We chose that location because if you notice where it says lift station, that is That provides us with the slope needed to be able to have the drainage for restroom facilities and plumbing that'll drain to the station, to that lift station.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we looked at this in depth. The plan is to just tear that store down and worry about building something at a later date. Staff needed a decision whether we would tear it down or not so they could do some preliminary investigating on possibly putting another store. Whether the demand is there to have some sort of a bait stand is still questionable. Where we would get the money, most likely we'd have to either put it in the budget or do something different. I don't think it's a project that we're in a hurry to do, but they don't feel they can go forward if we're going to try to do something with that. And in my opinion, based on experience, knowledge, and good looks, I think that it needs to be tore down and the city not put more money in that particular structure.
Okay, I'm probably okay with tearing it down. I'm having a little trouble, and you haven't said there's any plan to rebuild it, but I'm having a little trouble getting there because it sounds like our concessionaire at Latonka, from information I've got, I hope it's right, is that he's struggling to make ends meet. And so is there a market there that would end up paying for the new building is what I'm going to want to know if we're going to go to reconsider that. Is there a portable building option that's cheaper? Because I'm not sure it's going to be viable as a market. And if they can get that stuff just 2 miles away, I think, at Porter Hill, maybe that's a more viable option for us as a city instead of supplementing the market there.
The primary difference in Ralph's Resort and the Schoolhouse Slough is Ralph's Resort, whoever the concessionaire is that this gets awarded to will still be managing the boathouses, the fishing docks, and the entire campground. So they have a supplemental income besides the store. So that basically, the Schoolhouse Slough store is standalone. It has no other revenue. Everything that it generates is directly from sales from the store, as opposed to Ralph's Resort. It actually does have a consistent monthly income that offsets the cost of being the concessionaire. As far as the recommendation from staff and looking at putting a store in, our belief or thought process would be we would utilize some of the lake revenue that we secured through the recent loan that we took out to help purchase or at least construct a steel building there that we could use moving forward. Based on numbers, and I visited some with Councilman Gill, we feel like it would be feasible to do that and much more economical and for the long term to have that there. I will say, I'm not sure that a concessionaire would be able to manage that without having some kind of a headquarters facility, and the store serves as the ability to watch over the boat dock, all the fishing docks, because that's part of the revenue stream is people pay by the day to come out and fish in those, the fishing docks and stuff. And if you're not there, you can't monitor that. So that means anybody can go in and out of that.
So what I'd really like to see when you bring that back is a business plan and a business model and an explanation of what manage that means. Does it mean manage maintenance? Or what does it mean? And I'm going to leave it at that. And it does say provide direction as necessary. So council, questions? Do you want to provide direction? Do you want to make a motion to tear it down?
If I could add one more thing.
Yes.
Before we move forward with making a recommendation to council on one of the concessionaire proposals, that's the primary reason we wanted to bring this, because it will have an effect on whatever the negotiation is of how we move forward with the next concessionaire.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I had a question, Mayor, real quick.
Yes.
I'm seeing the little community here. What's the population over there? Do they use that store? Or is that unoccupied? Is this
The
an old
store,
picture?
the current store?
Well, the little trailers and there's
Yeah,
a
that's a-
community over there. How many people are living down in there? Do you know?
Mr. Perry, do you know?
Dwayne, can you have him come? Sir, can you come forward, please?
This is our current concessionaire, Mr. Perry.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that little store was sustaining any of those people down there at all.
Does it do what, sir?
Sustaining them, were they buying stuff from your store in that little community? I'm just wondering what that is.
Yes, they buy incidentals, chips and pop and stuff like that, buy a lot of minnows and bait,
Okay, and
tackle.
Okay, and were you selling a lot of tackle down to the boathouse? I've been down there and fished before, but is it pretty active down there with fishing still? And because you can get, the public can go on some of those
Absolutely, yes.
areas and fish,
Yeah,
right?
they can, everybody in that part of the state comes there to get their stuff.
So
for sure.
it's pretty active fishing in that area right
Oh,
there.
yeah. The thing that's hurt us most of all is when y'all took the permits away from us, because that was an automatic draw to get those people to come in the store.
So
That
when we
hurt.
did what? When we took the permits away, can you speak into that? I can't hear you.
I said when they decided that we couldn't sell permits anymore, that everything had to be online. You know,
Okay.
that was a real good draw for business for the store, both stores, I'm sure.
You
Schoolhouse
sold a
did
lot
the
of
same,
permits.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I was just wondering, I've been down there before and had friends and family go down there and fish, and I always thought it was fairly active down there, and then I was concerned about that community. Thank you for answering that.
You bet.
Mr. Perry, what is your recommendation as whether to tear that store down or fix it?
I hate to see it tore down, but there are some things there. That store is 45 years old now.
Right.
And it's like a lot of the other stuff around is getting old. And it's something that, some of the things that we're seeing now, especially to bring it up to code, would probably be better by the time you get through to put another metal building in that
Thank
spot.
you.
Council, this is an action item. Provide direction as necessary.
I can make a motion to direct staff to have the store demolished and then bring a business plan back for council's perusal.
Have a motion and a second. Okay, now I have one question before we vote. Why, except for the day fishing, does that need management on site where the city of Lawton manages everything at Latonka?
Collection of the rent and oversight of the boathouses would not need management on site, but the fish houses themselves, they're a daily rate, and if I recall correctly, they come into the store and buy pay their money, and then they go out and fish on the docks. They're not allowed to fish there without a permit, and they get that directly from the concessionaire.
How many people a day use those houses? Because
Depends on the time of year. I couldn't give you a number on that, sir.
it just sounds like a subsidized business, and that's exactly what we're trying to get away from at Latonka, is subsidizing people that aren't citizens with citizens' money. So I'm going to leave it at that. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
To tear it down and bring a business plan back.
I would suggest that we not tear that store down until we have a replacement up, because the next concessionaire is going to need that.
You just gotta vote
I
to
know.
tear it down. Now he's wanting you to reconsider and just reconsider and don't tear it down until he comes back with some kind of plan. Is there a motion to reconsider?
To give him a timetable, I make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to reconsider and a second. This takes 6 votes to reconsider. Please vote.
One of those reconsider deals.
Okay, motion to reconsider passes. Now, what do you want the motion?
What we need is to allow the store to stand until we can replace it if the council's desire is to replace the store. The new concessionaire will need the facility to continue to operate on a temporary basis. If council's not planning on doing anything with the store, then that would be part of the negotiation with the next concessionaire.
Okay, so what we need to take action here, and the action, it sounds to me like to the staff to bring back a plan. Would somebody make that motion? Is there a second? Second. Okay, the motion is for the staff to bring back a plan. Please vote. You know the council's ready to tear it down. So now you can bring back a plan. That doesn't mean it has to involve tearing down if you have a different plan.
That's what you wanted in the beginning.
Motion carries 8-0.
I thought it was
We're
gonna be
moving
simple.
on. Number 26, provide city council with an update on the FY23 and FY24 audit process. Rebecca.
That's okay,
Yeah,
Mayor.
Rebecca.
Mayor and Council, FY23 is on your next agenda for the 12th. And FY24, we've got also some of our professional agreements will be on the 12th for you as well. So we are moving in the right direction, still on target.
You're telling me that on the 12th, we will have what on the agenda?
The final FY23 budget.
Okay, so that will be final. And has it been sent yet to the state?
As of this moment, no.
Okay.
Before then, yes.
But you're expecting to send it before the 12th?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
I've got a question.
Does anybody, go
I do,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. 24, the
Yes.
24 budget, it's due 15th of December?
31st.
That's close. Is it going to make that timeline possible?
Highly possible.
That's the, okay, that's the June 30, 24 budget.
Yeah, right, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, let me get my glasses. Number 27, receive a presentation on the proposed homeless assistance program, HAP, and take action as necessary. Charlotte.
I'm going to try to be brief, and we're going to try to be really fun and energetic. And I only have 3 slides.
Action item, so
Yes,
no reconsideration.
no, real simple. So what we have before you is the Homeless Action Assistance Program that I decided we're going to call the HAP. And so as tall grass and weeds die down during November to March, we're going to be adding duties to one of our code enforcement officers, Heath Hankins, who we're going to call the CAP of the HAP. He came up with that, so I thought that was awesome. So Heath is going to be out. He's out daily. He's in our Ward 5. Actually, John just gave him the True North Award just a few council meetings ago. He's a former police officer for Altus. So he is very comfortable working with the homeless committee, or the homeless people in the community. So he carries an iPad in his daily duties, and what he was actually going to do is he's going to visit with the homeless. If any of them want assistance, and I visited with the captains from the Salvation Army while they were here and got their contact information and kind of let them know kind of what they're doing, and they're totally on board with helping us out with the program. But we're going to provide additional information to those that do want the resources. So we're going to put them in touch with the shelters and the additional resources that we have. And we're also going to look at purchasing bus passes on the Greyhound buses for those that want to go home. Those that are here that have family elsewhere. I visited with John. He says that we've found a way to use some funding to where we can buy one-way bus tickets So what we'll do is we'll have them meet Heath at the Greyhound bus stop, which uses our transfer center down on B Avenue. We'll buy the bus passes and we'll be able to get them on the Greyhounds. And we've actually gotten with LATS. So if we've come across some people that are not downtown but they need to get to the transfer center, we've got some single ride bus passes that LATS has given us to get them to us. So to start with the program, John is going to give us $20,000 out of his city manager contingency fund to get it working and going. We're going to buy a mobile printer to get it going. So any questions?
Okay, so I just want to clarify, this is only for homeless people that want to rejoin family members, I assume in a warmer climate, or where they can be successful with family members. It's not for anybody that wants to leave town, is that correct?
That's correct. It's the Homeless Action Assistance Program. So yeah, it's directly tailored to the homeless. I just need council's direction to implement the program.
Yes.
Mayor, I just want to make a comment. To be homeless a lot of times is eye-awakening, much like the prodigal son in the Bible. And I think if someone wants to be closer to their family, which will have a very strong support system, I think it's only compassionate that we put this together and try to help them make it back home.
Are you making a motion for the city manager to proceed?
Yes, and I make a motion that the city manager.
We have a motion and a second for the city manager to proceed. Is there discussion or debate?
Yes. Is there going to be a requirement that once they get on the bus, they cannot come back?
I cannot enforce that, but I mean.
Actually, I saw that in Key West program. It wasn't a requirement they can't come back. I don't think that's probably legal, but there was a requirement. There was something they signed that said they would receive no further services if they came back. So if you're suggesting an amendment to a motion, you might suggest that.
I'm good with starting with this, and maybe we'll come back.
Okay, good. Okay, seeing no further action, I'm going to call for a vote. One more. Okay, motion carries 8-0. Very good. Good work.
Short and sweet.
Okay, and I forgot to announce that the staff had struck item number 28. I think that's going to come back at a later date. Okay. Item 29, receive a report on Lawton's water supply at Lake Latonka, Ellsworth Lake, and Waurika Lake due to the drought situation and take action as deemed necessary. The council would like to be briefed on the water supply and show the citizens how to access the information. Rusty.
Okay, well, our lake condition is much better today than it was a week ago. So, but in the report that we first put in a week ago, it was much different. But we have 3 lakes that supply our surface water for the citizens of Lawton: Lake Latonka, Lake Ellsworth, and Waurika Lake. Each one, actually, the watershed that feeds each lake is a different watershed. It actually, there's ridge lines between Ellsworth and Latonka that actually, from that ridge line feeds Latonka or feeds Ellsworth, and Waurika is on a different, is not even on an East Cache Creek. It's on a different drainage basin. And that's what that map is to show in relation to the city of Lawton. This was the condition as of Monday morning. We updated this slide from what we had originally put in last week. Last week, the combined total of all of our lakes was at 79%. With the rain we had through the weekend, as of Monday morning, we were at 84%. As of today, we're at 88.6% total combined storage in our lakes. So the lakes are, and they're still coming up. They're sort of leveling out, but we still have projection of rain coming up in the next week. In relation to the lake levels, we have in our city code restrictions for water usage at when we reach 70% is a voluntary restriction. Stage 2 is at 60%. It's mandatory restriction. It's a restriction to limits the outside water to every other day. Stage 3 is a restriction to Wednesday and Saturday only, and that's at 50%. Stage 4 is at 40%, and it restricts it to 1 day per week. And Stage 5 restricts all outside water. We were 9% above before this rain event at Stage 1. We would not have reached that Stage 1 level this calendar year, because we wouldn't, even without this rain, we would have not reached the 70% level till somewhere around early January at Stage 1. That's still at the voluntary level. It would have taken another several months before we would have reached the Stage 2 with no additional rain. So we've been very well blessed with our lake levels, and we're now moving into about a month and a half from November in through February is the drier weather season, but we have had, historically, we've had some large rains during that time period. And then in early spring, we get into our rains. But overall, to find the information on our lake levels, city website, if you go to the city website and go to the departments, and then go over to lakes and look under gate operations, you can find the operations of, and this is the page that comes up, and it shows you click on the here part on our city website, and you get the information on Lake Ellsworth and Lake Latonka, the levels of the lakes, and it gives you a graph of the lake levels, and also tells you the actual foot elevation of the lakes, and that's available on the city website. Lake Warika is you have to navigate to the United States Army Corps of Engineers site. We are working with GIS through our IT department to actually put this link on that same location, but it's not available on our website yet. We're looking to get that link placed on our website so that they can actually go to the same location and then go to this. This gives you the Warika Lake elevations and information on Warika Lake. To supplement our water supply, the City of Lawton undertook the alternate water supply a number of years ago. We have currently drilled, we have one production well that is in place that produces 1.25 million gallons a day. We have drilled additional test holes, and we have found 4 more locations to drill and have under contract drilling 4 more production wells, which will give us 5 production wells, and the yield on those 5 production wells will be almost 6.5 to 7 million gallons per day. Our goal was to get to 5 million gallons, but with those 4 production wells plus the one we already have, that will get us to about somewhere around 7 million gallons once we get those wells into production. We are currently going through some additional modeling and piloting of the water because the groundwater is higher in fluoride. And it also has iron and total suspended solids, which requires, to get rid of the total suspended solids and the fluoride, it takes a RO, reverse osmosis system, to remove the iron and some other constituents. We're piloting a green sand filtration system that will help with manganese and iron, and it also helps with the fluoride. So we're doing a pilot right now at our existing well site to determine if it is a viable treatment process versus complete full RO, which is more expensive, but it still keeps our, will produce the water we need. It's just more expensive. We're looking for a more economical treatment process through the pilot to be able to treat the groundwater. Any questions or, yeah.
I've got a few. What's our daily water usage in the summer?
Daily water use, our yearly average is about 18 million gallon. Our summer average day is around 22 million gallon a day.
Okay. Okay, I was going to ask you the cost to build that water treatment plant, but it sounds like you're evaluating some cheaper options.
We are still looking at cheaper options. The green sand filtration is not a cheaper treatment construction cost, but it's a cheaper operating cost than the full RO system.
Okay, I like that. So that cost in 2016 was estimated at 17 million. Would you expect it to be double that?
Yes, right now we're expecting it to be pushing the $40 million cost.
Okay. Questions? Comments? Randy?
I just had one question. Are we still in the same area of when we're full, we have about 4 years of water?
Where it's the same, the demand actually hasn't increased citywide. It's remained pretty constant on demand. So it's still, when we're full, and that's with no rain. And that's even during the drought period that we had in the 2010 to May 3rd, 2015, even we had some rain. So it's just not up to normal during that drought period.
Okay, now, the last alternate water source report we got from Garver, I sent to the USGS, a young man. To me, he's a young man at the USGS, and he said we doubled their information they have on that aquifer. So I'd like to ask you I might send you his email and ask you to continue to give him information.
The Arbuckle Timbers aquifers, which is the aquifer we're drilling in, it only has one production well in this Lawton area, and that's at Great Plains. And actually, we used that one to come up with the pilot treatment in the original pilot, where they used that well to build synthetic water to actually see if the treatment process that we did in the original pilot, and that didn't function as well as the University of Southern California had projected it would work. So that's why it pushed us almost a full RO, and so we're still looking at additional methods of treatment to accommodate the treatment. Because the farther east as you go, the higher the fluoride, the higher the iron. The more west, those will go down, but the conveyance system becomes very, very expensive to convey that.
And they need the information on the testing for the wells you've abandoned.
Yes, they need that testing. One thing that we have tested for, we've been testing at all of our sites, is the PFAS, all the forever chemicals that are concerned, and we have not shown any signs of any of that in any of the test wells we have drilled.
That's awesome. Awesome. Council questions?
Those engineers at Stanford, they
Thank you very much, Rusty. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you do. Item number 30, receive a report on installation of cameras in parks and direct staff as necessary. Larry Parks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. On 8 August, Council directed staff to go out and look at or develop a plan for implementing cameras at our parks and recreation areas. And we begin to work toward that goal. This report details some progress in those areas. So as you can see, these were the areas that we did target and bracket with cameras. And you can see the cost up there was $36K. That left us with, I think, $1,500 per camera after installation. So you can see where they're placed. And we targeted these areas because they are areas of emphasis with vandalism. Greer Park had a total of 7. McMahon Ballfield and State Park has 9. Holiday House has 4 cameras. Miracle Field got another 4. And here's our way ahead. If you look here, we're asking and looking at a number 30 or a number of 36 total for these areas. 8 additional at lakes, 2 at the centers, another 8, or correction, 10 at the cemetery. The ball fields under parks, there's another 8 there, and aquatics, there's 11 or 12 there. Any questions on?
Who watches these cameras?
So right now, my staff, the superintendent, both supervisors for the parks, and dispatch watches after hours.
Okay,
So they are
dispatch
sensitive.
does watch after
Yeah,
hours?
yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have prioritized the way that you're installing them by amount of vandalism?
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Mayor.
Because I'm going to tell you, I feel like this is real important, and this is one of the things I had in mind on crime-fighting technology, because I believe it raises the level of safety in our parks, and that might just be a perception, but I think most people would have that perception that we have cameras in the parks, including at night, because that's when no good's happening.
Absolutely. A combination of that and some lighting
Yeah.
is helping.
So I think I bring that up because, you know, if financial constraints, we have some money for, not that we just want to blow money, but we do have some money for crime-fighting technology, and I would think that this would qualify for that. So other comments, Randy?
I just had a quick question. Are these Wi-Fi cameras or hardwired?
They're hardwired.
Hardwired? Okay.
Yes.
We have a motion to adjourn to executive session. Is there a second? Please call the roll. Thank you, Larry.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Uyghur, Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, we're back, and I need somebody to make a motion to return. We got a motion to return, a second by Ms. Chapman. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Present.
Warren?
Item number 31, John.
Governing body met in executive session pursuant to section 307B.4, Title 25, to discuss investigation and possible pending action with Great Plains Improvement Foundation concerning a home program finding report received from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the City of Lawton on July 26th, 2024. No action will be taken in open session.
Item 32, John.
Pursuant to section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, governing body convened an executive session to review the employment of John Andrews, city attorney, and I do not believe there is action to take in open session.
Can I get a motion for adjournment? So moved. And I do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams? Warren?